Good morning or evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner, or wherever you could be, day where you are in the world. Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live coverage of a major earthquake that has hit in Myanmar, only about 10 miles from the city of Mandalay, which has about 1.2 million people living in it. There's also been a building in Bangkok that collapsed. I believe it was a building under construction that collapsed. I'm hoping to have some video of that for you. But that's not... hold on a second. I'm going to find out exactly how far away that is. But that's not right where the earthquake was. Bangkok is about, if you give me a moment here, I'll tell you. Hang on. I'm going to pull a map up here. It's about 600 miles from Mandalay. But apparently a building has collapsed there, a building under construction, again, I think it was. Again, we're supposed to get some video of that. But I mean, again, this is a 7.7 earthquake about 10 miles from a city of more than 1 million people. So I'm going to try to get you some updates from Mandalay and elsewhere in Myanmar. But this is really bad sounding. We're going to take comments and questions from you guys. Give me a moment. I just want to get a map on the screen and pulling some stuff up here to show you. But yeah, really not very concerning, very concerning. Okay. Here is the USGS page for the earthquake, a 7.7. This hit, when was it? It was about an hour and 20 minutes ago, if my math is correct. Is that correct? Yeah, it would have been about an hour and 20 minutes ago. There was a 6.4 aftershock too. And what you can see here, if we go to the map, there's Mandalay. Mandalay is in the very strong shaking area, I believe. There's Mandalay right there. It's only about 10 miles away from the epicenter of the earthquake. Now, if you zoom out, you can see there's Myanmar in here. Shaking, Bangkok is down here. But apparently, a building collapsed there. But Bangkok's all the way down here. But this is where we're talking about here. Can we get satellite on this here? Satellite. There's satellite. Okay, so, well, I wish it did both. Street? So Mandalay is right here. Now, if we go to satellite, right. I mean, this is all, the orange, that's dark orange and that's light orange. I'm going to show you the shaking. So, but this is all, I mean, this is a very populated area in here. There's over 1 million people that live in Mandalay. Let me show you something here else too. Look at this. Estimated fatalities over 1,000, maybe many more. Estimated economic losses are 2 to 30% of Burma's GDP. the highest two, between 1 billion and 10 billion, and between is the highest probability, and the next highest probability has been between 10 billion and 100 billion US dollars. I'm not making that up. That's what this says. That's between 1 billion and 10 billion US dollars. That's between 10 billion and 100 billion US dollars. I'm going to actually post this. So let me show you what the USGS is estimating about this. Again, they say the most likely fatalities is between 1,000 and 10,000. The second most likely is between 10,000 and 100,000. 19% chance between 100 and 1,000. A 13% chance of over 100,000. Now also look at this. Mandalay is in the severe shaking. There is your shaking scale from 1 to 10. 8 is severe. There are 2.8 million people in the severe shaking. 2.8 million in severe shaking area. Also, the city of Sagaing, if I'm pronouncing that right, was also in severe shaking. They have 79,000 people, but 1.2 million in Mandalay. And then you have a number of cities in the very strong shaking range here. This city, Pien U Luin, 170,000 people. Kayauksi, 50,000 people. Shuibo, 89,000 people. Maniwa, 182,000 people. And now this is really bad here. See this? Overall, the population in this region resides in structures that are vulnerable to earthquake shaking, though resistant structures do exist. The predominant vulnerable building types are informal, metal, timber, GI, I don't know what GI is, etc., and unreinforced brick masonry construction. So this is a heavily populated area where most of the population lives in structures that are informal buildings. So this is quite bad. Some of our viewers are saying galvanized iron. Galvanized iron. Sounds like that might be what it is. The two big earthquakes in Myanmar have been a 7.7 and a 6.4. You can see it right there. That's from EMSC, which is a very good earthquake site as well. You can look that one up, EMSC. EMSC.csem.org. But if you Google EMSC, you'll find it. An hour and 25 minutes ago, a 7.7 in Myanmar, and then about 10 minutes later, a 6.4. And I'll check for other aftershocks as well. But again, just about 10 miles from Mandalay, which has over 1.2 million people living there. Oh, hold on a second. I have a video I'm about to be able to show you, I think, from Bangkok, which is like 600 miles away, but a building collapsed there, a building under construction. I'm supposed to get some video from there. It's paused right now. Hold on. I have something else. I have another video. Hold on. I have video from, is this live or is this tape? This is a tape video of some damage. This is going to be in Nay Pyi, the capital of Myanmar. Naypyidaw, which is how far from Mandalay? Hold on a second. I'm going to show you some video from some damage from the capital of Myanmar in a second. I'm going to pull that up here. If you give me a moment, I got to get it up on the screen for you. This is an Naypyidaw. And this is about, how far is this? This is about 120 miles or so. 120, maybe 130, 140 miles actually. Roughly 140 miles from Mandalay. So I'm pulling it up for you right now. If you give me a moment here. Oh, hold on. I have two videos to show you. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. All right, here is the video. This is a video, a recorded video from the capital of Myanmar. I'm going to show you this right now. I'm putting it on the screen for you. That's not the one I wanted. I want this one. That is the capital of Myanmar. That is Naypyidaw, capital of Myanmar. About 130 miles, I think, from the earthquake. Now, I think it's going to play again. Hold on. This is not Mandalay. Mandalay is much closer to the epicenter. This is, I know I'm pronouncing it wrong, Naypyidaw, the capital. So I would assume the damage is worse. I assume the damage is worse in the capital. No, I mean worse in Mandalay because it's closer. I think they're just replaying this video again. Okay, I'll download that and show you that to you again. I have a video from Bangkok, although I don't really think that's that helpful. Give me one moment. Let me show you what we were just looking at. Let me show you what we were just looking at. If you give me 2 seconds here. It is, hang on one sec. Okay. Here is a map showing you where Naypyidaw is. Oops. Here. So there's Burma. We're talking about Asia. Southeast Asia? I believe this is Southeast Asia. Would it be considered Southeast Asia? Next to Thailand, next to Laos, if I'm pronouncing that right. Naypyidaw is here. So Mandalay is, where is, Mandalay is here. Okay. So the video we were just looking at was the capital, Naypyidaw. But Mandalay is up here. Mandalay is the one that's right 10 miles away from the epicenter. So the damage, again, is, I would think, is going to be significantly worse there. And here is, again, we're talking about a 7.7 that hit 10 miles from a city of 1.2 million people. There's a map right there. There's Myanmar, and you can see it's about, there's Mandalay right here. It's about 10 miles to the northwest of Mandalay. As I mentioned, if we do it this way, you can see this in here is, I don't even know, there's like 3 different levels of shake. Where's the key here? We need our key. Yeah, this gives, the dark orange is the most shaking, and then you have regular orange. But according to, I'll show you this in a second, but severe shaking impacted Mandalay. And if you look here, see, here's the scale here. You have 7 very strong, darker orange, 8 is severe shaking. And they say that Mandalay got severe shaking. Maybe some of Mandalay did. I don't know if all of it did. But if you go up here, this orange is, I mean, this is all orange. It's a little confusing to me because you have like 3 types of orange here. But this is all very strong or severe shaking inside these 2 orange circles. And look, if we zoom in, look at how populated it is there. It is enormously populated. And overall, most of the people in this area live in buildings that are not earthquake resistant. I'm just kind of doing a satellite shot. But you can see a lot of these buildings in here. They're smaller. And I'm just going through some of these satellite shots here of buildings in the area. But it's very densely settled. And I mean, look at here. You know, very densely settled. So this is very concerning. Oh, hold on. I have a couple videos here for you. I have 2 videos from Bangkok. Sorry, I got to turn this up. I have 2 videos from Bangkok, which is, but I don't have video of the building that collapsed in Bangkok, which was, B&O News posted a video of a skyscraper under construction collapsing in Bangkok, which is 600 miles away. I just posted the link from B&O News. I don't own the video. I can't play it. But no, I can't play videos I don't own. But I'm going to show you the video I have. But the video I have really isn't very illustrative. I have a live shot from Bangkok right now, which really doesn't show you very much. I have 2 live shots from Bangkok. That's live in Bangkok. I mean, it's people outside. It's 600 miles from the epicenter. It's not showing you that much. So that's a live video in Bangkok right there. And then I have a second live video in Bangkok. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you that video again of the damage in Myanmar. That's Bangkok, and where's the other one from there? Yeah, here's another video. I'm going to show you another video from Bangkok right now. No, that's not the one I want. It's here. That's Bangkok too, but again, you're not really seeing much. Again, that is a live shot of the Bangkok skyline. It's a different country though. Again, I cannot show videos I don't have the rights to, but when I'm going to post some videos in the chat. I know there's some videos of damage floating around on social media. I'm going to post some of that stuff in the chat for you. And but let me just, what I want to do first is I have this video of damage in Myanmar. Ooh, hold on a second. I think we might be getting some more video coming in from Myanmar. I hope to have it. But I have some right here that I want to show you again. Okay, I am downloading the video from Myanmar so I can put that on the screen. Oopsie, did I mess something up here? What did I do? What did I do? No, I didn't. I'm good. Now, I guess there's people outside. Is that why this thing is zooming in? Again, this is Bangkok. This is 600 miles away from the epicenter. Thanks, by the way, to JAD for your support. Thank you, Melissa Banks. Thanks, Jack Horicon, who says this is very bad. I agree with you, Jack. Thanks, PH Survivor 92, who says there's buildings showing a bunch of damage on X. Yeah, I got to look around at that stuff. I'm going to post some links for you in the chat. I don't have the rights to that stuff right now, but I'll start posting some of that stuff in the chat. I want to be careful with this stuff too, because sometimes you'll get videos coming out in the aftermath of things where you don't know if it's legit. Now, AZ Intel posted a video from, looks like a Thai Wrath News, of the collapsed building in Bangkok, which is 600 miles away from the epicenter. So I'll post that in the chat. You can go to AZ Intel's feed and see that. Yes, AFP says at least 43 workers are trapped in. Now, so was this not under construction? I thought. Okay, yes, at least 43 workers are trapped in the under construction skyscraper collapse. Okay, that's according to AFP. At least 43 workers are trapped. Oh, I have a picture of it I can show you. I have a picture I can show you of the collapsed building in Thailand. I have it right here. Hang on a moment. Strong earthquake strikes Myanmar. Buildings collapse in Mandalay, city of 1.2 million people, 10 miles away. But here is the one from Bangkok. Right there. Let me make sure I have this right. Collapsed building. No, is this in Myanmar or now I'm confused. This is a collapsed building. Yeah, I'm going to show you. These pictures are, I believe, of Bangkok, the building in Bangkok that collapsed. Yes. Here. Let me show you this. If I can pull it up on the screen for you right here. Here it is. That is from Reuters. That's a picture of a collapsed, I believe, it's definitely a collapsed building in Bangkok. That must be the one that was under construction. It certainly looks like it was under construction. I see a crane there. Again, that is from Bangkok. There are 43 workers trapped in that building. Yes, and as Mr. Juan Dover says, that's 600 miles away. That is 600 miles away. Bangkok is in Thailand. All right, let me show you this. Hang on, folks. This is really very, very bad. This is very bad. Again, 10 miles from a major city where most of the housing is not earthquake resistant. Really quick, let me just thank our moderators. I really appreciate it. We have by the way, our viewer asked underneath the rubble. I would assume I don't know where they're trapped. They could be underneath the rubble. I'm not sure. I don't have. I'll see if the article says anything about it. Hey, thanks BZ for moderating there. Carms. Also, thank you to. Give me a moment here. LB Prairie Dawn and Surly Dev are moderating. Thank you on Twitch. Linda Belglary, Misha on X. Thank also Amelian for your support on Twitch and Brainstorm Warning. And also thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. Connie Ori says the collapsed building in Bangkok looks really bad. It does. But again, that's 600 miles away. I'm keeping my eye out for any live video I might get too. Hold on. I have a live shot of the building in I have a live shot of the building in Bangkok. I have it right here. This is a live shot of the building that collapsed. That's it. That is the collapsed building in Bangkok, Thailand. 600 miles away from the epicenter. I don't know, is there something about the fact that this building was under construction that made it particularly vulnerable to shaking in a way that other buildings were not? I have not heard of other building collapses in Bangkok. So I can't say why this building collapsed like this. Reuters reports a strong earthquake struck central Myanmar on Friday and several buildings collapsed in Mandalay. Okay, buildings have collapsed in Mandalay. That's bad, according to Reuters. Hang on a moment, please. Reuters reports several buildings have collapsed in Mandalay after the earthquake after a 7.7 earthquake. Reuters says the population of the city is 1.5 million. What you're looking at is a building in Bangkok, Thailand, the scene where a building under construction collapsed 600 miles away in Bangkok, Thailand, and reportedly around 43 people, at least 43 people are trapped, according to AFP. I want to be careful about, I'm seeing some photos online that are purportedly from Mandalay, but I'm not sure. I'm sure we'll be getting more from Mandalay. But again, I can't verify these photos. But there's a bunch of video clips and photos supposedly from Mandalay. And let me check a couple things here. But that is the collapsed building in Bangkok, Thailand. Terrible. This is really bad. Look at the size of that building. Unbelievable. Reuters reports, again, a strong earthquake struck central Myanmar on Friday. Several buildings collapsed in Mandalay, the country's second largest city. Buildings shook as well in Bangkok, the Thai capital, 620 miles to the south, and hundreds of people rushed out in panic. The earthquake struck around 10 miles from Mandalay, which has a population of about 1.5 million people. There was no immediate word from Myanmar authorities on damage. An officer from the Myanmar Fire Services Department told Reuters, "We have started the search and going around Yangon to check for casualties and damage. So far, we have no information yet." Social media posts from Mandalay, Myanmar's ancient royal capital, that is at the center of its Buddhist heartland, showed collapsed buildings and debris strewn across streets of the city. Reuters could not immediately verify those posts. One witness in Mandalay, Myanmar, told Reuters, "We all ran out of the house as everything started shaking. I witnessed a 5-story building collapse in front of my eyes. Everyone in town is out on the road, and no one dares go back inside the buildings." This earthquake struck around, it's 2:40 there now. This earthquake was about an hour and 50 minutes ago. Let me just do the math here. Wait, what? Mandalay time, yes, it's like a half-hour difference. So their time is 2:40 p.m., and this earthquake occurred an hour and 50 minutes ago. So it happened around 1 p.m. It happened around 1 p.m. Myanmar time. China's Xinhua news agency said strong tremors were felt in China in Yunnan province, which borders Myanmar, but no reports of casualties there yet. One office tower in downtown Bangkok swayed from side to side for at least 2 minutes with doors and windows creaking loudly, witnesses said. Witnesses in Bangkok, over 600 miles away, said people ran out onto the streets in panic, many of them hotel guests in bathrobes and swimming costumes. You are looking at a live video of a collapsed skyscraper in Bangkok, Thailand. Reportedly, at least 43 people are trapped, 43 workers at least, in that wreckage. You know what? I'm going to disappear for about 10 seconds. I'll be back in 10 seconds. What I'm going to do is I'm going to check. I can't steal the videos, but I kind of want to check TikTok because I have a feeling people might be posting stuff there. Well, if I can do this. Here we go. we'll see. I'm looking. I'm looking on TikTok now under Mandalay, and I haven't seen much yet. Look under. I know there are clips floating around. I can't confirm those clips right now, and I don't own the rights to them. But I will post some in the chat when I get a second. Look at this. Yeah, I'm seeing one. I just saw another clip supposedly from there. I've seen a number of unconfirmed videos of buildings collapsed in Myanmar. I'm going to post again a video, unconfirmed video from AZ Intel of damage supposedly in Myanmar. And I will also post again the video that BNO News posted showing the collapse of this building. This was a large building. I'm looking at it right now. Just looking at it, it looks to me like if you told me this building was about 30 stories high, I'd believe you. Roughly speaking. I just posted the link to the BNO News video there. But this building that collapsed, I'm just looking at it. It looks like it was about 30 stories high before it collapsed. Now, MT the first said it was 50. I can't tell. I mean, I'm just eyeballing it, so maybe it was 50. I'll see if I can get more information on it. Hang on a moment. I got to check a couple things. Associated Press says a high-rise building under construction in Bangkok collapsed after a 7.7 earthquake rocked Thailand and neighboring Myanmar midday. Remember, this is 600 miles away from the epicenter, which is in Myanmar. There was a 7.7 and about a 6.4 about 10 minutes later. This was a shallow earthquake, 10 kilometers deep, which the shallower the earthquake, it's gonna create stronger shaking on the surface. Guys, I want to mention this as well, in case you're just joining us. The predictions from the USGS about this earthquake are very dire. You can see it says 7.7 earthquake. And if you look right now, they say the predicted number of deaths, 35% chance of between 1,000 and 10,000. 29% chance of between 10,000 and 100,000, 19% chance of 100 to 1,000, and 13% chance of over 100,000 deaths. Economic losses, this is in millions of dollars. 34% chance of between $1 billion and $10 billion US dollars. 29% chance of between $10 billion and $100 billion US dollars. The estimated economic losses are between 2 to 30% of GDP of Burma, which is Myanmar. And also, Mandalay was in the severe shaking. 8 is severe shaking, 7 is very strong. Mandalay, population 1.2 million, was in severe shaking region. And 2.8 million people were in severe shaking region. 7,000, I guess they say, were in violent shaking region. But that's a lot of people that's even stronger than very strong shaking. That's a lot of people in a severe shaking area. And this is really bad too. It says, overall, the population in this region resides in structures that are vulnerable to earthquake shaking, though resistant structures exist. The predominant vulnerable building types are informal buildings, metal, timber, galvanized iron, I think that is, and unreinforced brick masonry construction. So this is Thailand you're looking at, which is terrible, Bangkok, Thailand. But again, the USGS is saying a lot of people in Mandalay live in these buildings that are just informal buildings. Metal, timber, galvanized iron, unreinforced brick masonry, not earthquake resistant. The local time in Myanmar is about 3 p.m. right now. It's 2:49 in Myanmar. Bangkok is 3:19 p.m. I have a video I can show you of damage in the capital of Myanmar about 120 miles away from the earthquake. I'm going to put that up on the screen. From Naypyidaw. In a second, I'm going to show you that video. It's short. All right, hang on a moment. Here's what I'm going to do. This video I'm about to show you is from the capital of Myanmar, Naypyidaw, about 120 miles from the earthquake epicenter. This is not Mandalay. Mandalay is 10 miles away from the earthquake epicenter. This is about 120 miles away. Oh, it's a little loud. It's a little loud. I got to turn it down. Where's the volume here? I got to turn this down. Volume. It'll start playing in a second. Again, this is the capital of Myanmar, about 120 miles away. Look at the road there. See the road back here? Again, this is 120 miles away from the epicenter.
Side, just take the photo. Side, just take the photo.
All right, again, that video was from the capital of Myanmar, which is about 120 miles away from where the epicenter was. The city of Mandalay is 10 miles from the epicenter. And this is about 600 miles from the epicenter, but this is a skyscraper under construction that collapsed in Bangkok. Very bad, but I'm very worried what we're going to hear from Mandalay as more comes out from there. Let me turn the volume back on this, and I wanted to check on a couple things here. Okay, by the way, AFP says this building was 30 stories. That's what AFP says. They say this building was a 30-story building that collapsed and trapped 43 workers. This massive building was intended for government offices, and it was reduced to rubble and twisted metal in seconds. Oh. This isn't good. So police and medics say there were 43 workers trapped. A deputy police chief of Bang Sue district told AFP that we estimate hundreds of people are injured. Also, in Myanmar, in the capital, about 120 miles away from the epicenter, a team of AFP journalists was at the National Museum in Naypyidaw when the earthquake struck. Pieces fell from the ceiling as the building began shaking. Uniformed staff ran outside, some trembling and fearful, others grabbing cell phones to try to contact loved ones. Roads in the capital were buckled and broken by the tremors, and the route to one of the capital's biggest hospitals was jammed with traffic. The hospital was a mass casualty area after the quake. Okay, so AFP is reporting that in the capital of Myanmar, which is again 120 miles from the epicenter, the hospital there is a mass casualty area. At the 1,000-bed hospital in the capital, the wounded were being treated in the street outside, IV drips hanging from their gurneys. That's according to AFP. Tremors were also felt in China's Yunnan province. AFP says earthquakes are relatively common in Myanmar, where 6 strong quakes of 7.0 magnitude or more struck between 1930 and 1956 near the Sagaing Fault, which runs north to south through the center of the country. A 6.8 earthquake in the ancient capital Bagan in central Myanmar killed 3 people in 2016. The breakneck pace of development in Myanmar cities, combined with crumbling infrastructure and poor urban planning, has also made the country's most populous areas vulnerable to earthquakes and other disasters, experts say. Also, the impoverished Southeast Asian nation of Myanmar has a strained medical system, especially in its rural states. This is not Myanmar here. This is Bangkok, Thailand you're looking at. If I get video from Myanmar, I will show it to you, that I have the rights to show you. B&O News posted a video of a fire and damage at Mandalay University. I will post a link in the chat. I do not own the rights to this video. B&O News just posted a video of a fire and heavy damage at Mandalay University in Myanmar. Again, the earthquake occurred about 10 miles from Mandalay, which has 1.2 million people. Also, B&O News is hearing that the earthquake destroyed a mosque in Mandalay and killed at least 20 people. I have some pictures of damage posted by Myanmar Now, which I don't have the right to. But they have some damage pictures that I'm going to post a link in the chat from Myanmar Now. But this is estimated to have been really bad in the city of Mandalay. Now, let me check some other sources here. This was a 30-story building that was supposed to be government offices that collapsed in Bangkok, Thailand. Just collapsed. 43 workers are trapped, reportedly. Seeing a video of people running in the street from China. I don't know if that's legit. B&O News also said that a bridge in Myanmar collapsed during the earthquake. I will post a link to that in the chat. I'm going to see if I can get some more pictures here. Hang on a second, I'm just watching something. So I'm just getting some updates here. A resident of Bangkok told Associated Press, "I have experienced earthquakes twice before in Myanmar, but that was only 1 second, one big bang. But here in Bangkok, this went on for at least, I'd say, a minute." So that would be a long earthquake. Yeah, we really haven't seen much so far from from Mandalay. And I'm sure we will eventually. By the way, a quick thank you to Craig Black. Thanks, Craig Black and Joe Brown and Crazy Yoda. Joe says, this is so bad and sad and very concerning. I fear just how bad it could get. Look, the USGS is estimating, they say there's a 35% chance that between 1,000 and 10,000 people have died. They say there's a 29% chance that between 10,000 and 100,000 people have died. They also say the estimated economic losses, 34% chance that's between $1 billion and $10 billion US dollars, 29% chance between $10 billion and $100 billion US dollars. And just to show you, this is where the earthquake was right here. And Mandalay is in this area here. If I show you on a map here, I can show you this. Here is, where is it here? Mandalay is here. In the earthquake, it's right here. Let me see if I can find that on the Google. This is the USGS one. So on the Google Maps one, oh, hold on, let me do this. So according to Google Maps, let me just pull this up here. The earthquake was right around here, right around where my pointer is, only about 10 miles from Mandalay. And look at how many people live here. And again, a lot of these are not strongly constructed buildings, but look at how densely populated it is in this area. All in here. That's like 10 miles from the earthquake. And you can see there are some, more solidly constructed buildings, but a lot of it is just, it's informal housing. So, and that's very close to the epicenter here. Hold on a second. Matt Sampson says, I'm in northern Thailand. It was rolling for over a minute. I wonder if EMSC has... Oh, by the way, there was an aftershock. I can tell you there was two 4.6 aftershocks, one an hour ago, one an hour and 6 minutes ago, an hour and 9 minutes ago. The actual earthquake was 2 hours and 16 minutes ago, and roughly 10 minutes after there was a 6.4. That's according to EMSC. I am looking to get more video and photos for you. I will, if I get anything, I will put it on the screen that I have the rights to. I mean, 43 workers are reportedly trapped at this construction site. mean, look at the crane in the lower right, and look at the size of the building. I mean, that's going to be an enormous task moving that stuff. So thoughts with those people. I mean, obviously, it's just terrible. You can reach me on X at Lookner. You know, our viewer Roman Murata says, lucky the tremor happened daylight time. I mean, maybe people were out and about. I don't know. You know, obviously if it's at night and people are sleeping and the roof comes down on them, that's bad. But, I mean, for people in Mandalay, they might have been not at home, but in another building, you know. And I'm sure plenty of people are at home. I have a really bad feeling about what we're going to start hearing from Mandalay. Again, this is a 7.7 earthquake that was very strong, that collapsed a building 600 miles away, that happened 10 miles away from a city of over 1 million people. There's a photo from Mandalay that AZ Intel posted. I'll post that in the chat. I've been but this is really going to be a disaster. And for all, look, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what the infrastructure situation is like in Mandalay right now. Is the internet working or not? You will eventually see a lot more from Mandalay, but I mean, things are probably really, really bad there right now. Mark G says the fact that it affected this building 600 miles away says a lot. Again, I cannot steal video from other outlets that I don't have the rights to. Hang on a moment. But I am looking out for more. It's very possible I'll get some more video soon, more live video. So if I do, I'll throw it up on the screen. If you're just joining us, about 2 hours ago, a 7.7 earthquake hit in Myanmar 10 miles from the city of Mandalay, which has a population of over 1 million people, roughly 1.2 million people. According to the USGS, 2.8 million people live in the severe shaking area in Myanmar, which is really bad. Severe is like 8. They have a level of 1 to 10 of shaking on USGS. Severe is an 8. It's very, very, very strong shaking. They say that the population in this region near where it hit overall resides in structures that are vulnerable to earthquake shaking. The predominant vulnerable building types are informal, like metal, timber, galvanized iron, and unreinforced brick masonry construction. So I have to imagine that certainly a lot of those non-earthquake resistant informal structures collapsed. But we're hearing reports of buildings collapsed in Mandalay, but very little information from Mandalay so far. That's too big. That's too small. Sorry, I'm just trying to make an adjustment on this. I mean, this thing is kind of crazy because from what we know, there's 43 people trapped in this accident, and like, can they even move any of this stuff? This was a 30-story building. Yeah, this is not going to cause a tsunami because, as one of our viewers said, it was inland. It didn't displace water. For a tsunami to be caused, like, water's got to be displaced. That's not what happened here. This was well inland. Eventually we will start seeing more video and more photos and getting more reports from Myanmar. Thank you to Switch the Channel, and also to Lola P. and Stephen Ward. And thoughts with everybody in Myanmar and everybody in other places like Bangkok affected by this. This happened around 1 p.m. local time, roughly. I have some video showing people out on the streets in Bangkok after the earthquake. That's not from Myanmar, but I can show you that. Hang on. I will pull that up here. So here is a video. Hang on. You can see this says strong earthquake strikes Southeast Asia, buildings collapse in Myanmar. That's from Reuters. And here is this video. Hold on. Household items sway in a Bangkok apartment. Let me just turn the volume up on this, as a strong quake hits Myanmar. This is 600 miles away from the epicenter. That's 600 miles away.
Okay, I will check it out.
And then that's crowds in the streets. That's 600 miles away. That's Bangkok. So, all right, let me go back to this. There is the live shot from Bangkok. Where is... BNO News reports they've heard of 20 dead in Mandalay so far and 5 dead in Taungoo. Those numbers, I bet, are going to go way up. They said 43 missing in Bangkok. I believe the 43 workers in this incident. Ooh, AZ Intel just posted a video from RT. RT showed a crane falling from a building. I don't know if that's this building or a different building. I think this might have been a different building. I'm not sure though. Anyhow, I'll post a link to that. Canty thinks it's a different building. To repeat that report from AP, was it AP or was it Reuters? One of them reported that a hospital in the capital, about 100 miles away from the epicenter, had become a mass casualty center. Oh, I have a couple updates from Mandalay, by the way. Hold on. Oh, that was it an AFP who reported that? Yes, AFP said in the capital of Myanmar, about 120 miles away from the epicenter, the hospital in the capital was a mass casualty area after the quake. At the 1,000-bed hospital, the wounded were being treated in the street outside, intravenous drips hanging from their gurneys. Reuters says that a witness in Mandalay told them a tea shop had collapsed with several people trapped inside. We couldn't go in, she said. The situation is very bad. Another witness told Reuters a mosque in Mandalay was badly damaged. Trying to get you some more updates here. Oh, wow. I'm looking at a story in a Thai newspaper showing a connecting bridge between buildings was separated. I'm going to post a link to this right now. I'm posting a link right now from Khao Online. It's a bridge between two buildings, and the bridge became separated. I just posted the link in the chat. What I'd like to do is look at this for a second. Wow. Hold on. Now, Khao Online, an hour ago, that is a Thai outlet. An hour ago, they said fate of 300 workers still unknown. I don't know if that's still true. That was an hour ago. Oh, breaking news. One body has been found dead at the building collapse. The Thai Wrath reports, that's a newspaper in Thailand, that one body has been found dead at this building collapse in Bangkok. More than 40 workers are trapped inside. 43 workers. 50 people have been sent to the hospital and one dead. Uh, 50 people have been taken to the hospital according to the National Institute of Emergency Medicine in Thailand. And one dead and 43 workers. Missing in the rubble. Again, this is 600 miles away from the epicenter. So what is it like in Mandalay? There's significant damage in Bangkok. Oh, I have something else. Hold on. According to MGR Online, all right, breaking update. MGR Online says there are more than 80 people trapped in the building and 2 dead bodies have been found, both foreigners. 1 body has been removed and the other is still being removed. This was 30 stories high. 81 missing and 3 dead. Okay, so Thai news outlet MGR. 81 missing and 3 dead in building collapse in Thailand after 7.7 earthquake in Myanmar. So, MGR Online, which is a Thai news outlet, says that there are 81 missing and 3 dead. Also, we heard another outlet said that 50 people had been taken to the hospital. This is just from this building. Daily News Online in Thailand is saying a crane fell onto the Din Dang Expressway, scattering cement debris, and they have closed that expressway. This is really disastrous. And I just want to emphasize, you're looking at 600 miles away from the epicenter. Very little coming out yet from Mandalay. Remember, over 120,000, over 1.2 million people live in Mandalay.
เหมือนกันครับชั่วโมงกว่านี่ก็เป็นความดันตัวแรกบนหัวกล้องมาได้พี่มาอะไรผมด้วยครับ
Finna Bomb, our viewer, is claiming that broadband and call service is down for most of Myanmar right now. That might be true. I don't know. I don't have anything conclusive about what the state of the cell service is there and the internet. AFP says powerful earthquake hit Myanmar and neighboring Thailand on Friday, turning a major hospital in the Myanmar capital into a mass casualty area and trapping dozens of workers under an under-construction skyscraper in Bangkok. One report says 81 workers are in the rubble here. From MGR Thailand. The 7.7 tremor hit northwest of the city of Sagaing on Friday afternoon at a shallow depth, followed by a 6.4 aftershock about 10 minutes later. The quakes wrought widespread damage, particularly in Myanmar, where buildings fell onto their sides, roads cracked open, and the well-known Ava Bridge collapsed near the epicenter. So the Ava Bridge has collapsed. I posted a picture of that earlier from BNO News. But that's confirmation that that bridge has collapsed. I'm going to maybe show you that here. This is the Ava Bridge right here. So Sagaing Bridge. So the epicenter of the earthquake was around here, where my pointer is. That's where the epicenter was. Mandalay is 10 miles away. I mean, this is probably less than 10 miles away. And the bridge is right here. Right. That says the Ima. Is that it right there? There's that one. There's two bridges there. There's two of them. It's this one right here. That's the Ava Bridge. So that bridge has collapsed. And I don't know, were there people on that bridge when it collapsed, right? It's a big bridge. Yeah, here's that picture again. I'm going to post the link to the picture from BNO News in the chat. I just posted the link for you. But there's numerous spans. Actually, that looks like the other bridge. That looks like the bridge next to that bridge. The Inwa Bridge. See, there's two bridges. There's this one, the Ava Bridge, but in the BNO picture, it looks like this bridge has spans collapsed. Same area. But, I mean, were there people on it when it collapsed? I don't know. And I can't tell, actually, from that picture, from the picture in BNO, I don't know if both bridges collapsed. Mr. Juan Dover says one of them is a railway bridge. Okay, so... Oh, hold on a second. Oh, no. Here's the confusion. All right, look. Here it is. Ava Bridge, Wikipedia. That's the bridge that collapsed. This did collapse. You see this right here? That's the picture on Wikipedia of the Ava Bridge. There's another bridge behind it. But that picture is from Shin Kant Mong on Wikipedia. If you look at the B&O photo, that bridge collapsed. A number of these spans are in the water. And there is another bridge near it called the Irrawaddy Bridge. That's the bridge next to it. So I don't know if the Ava Bridge carries rail or does it carry cars too. All right, hang on a moment here. Very little information from the over 1 million person city of Mandalay, which was only 10 miles from the epicenter. Tyrath News Thailand says, a government official says all dams are safe. This is Thailand they're talking about, not Myanmar. Oh, where is this? I'm going to post a picture from Matichon online of debris from a crane falling. I just posted that for you. And then there's also there's a lot of damage in Thailand. Oh, here it is. This is in Bangkok, right? Hold on. This is the I have a video I posted a link to in the chat of a building where the connection between in Thonglor. Oh, Thonglor is in is Thonglor in Bangkok? Yeah, it's a district of Bangkok. In Bangkok, the connection between two large buildings, which are, I guess, are one building, came apart. And that's in Thailand. Also in Bangkok, pieces of cement falling from a construction area here. I mean, that's what's really striking to me is how much damage there is 600 miles away in Bangkok. I just saw some more photos. I don't have the rights to them, but I believe these are legit. And I believe these are from Mandalay. I'll post a link in the chat. AFP says Myanmar's ruling junta made a rare request for international humanitarian aid and declared a state of emergency across 6 regions after a powerful earthquake hit the country. A junta is a military, I believe they're talking about a military group that leads the country. Yes, and something that, hold on a second. Where is it here? There is a civil war going on in Myanmar that started in 2021. Wikipedia says that began following Myanmar's long-running insurgencies, which escalated significantly in response to the 2021 coup and the subsequent violent crackdown on anti-coup protests. There are insurgents in hundreds of armed groups scattered across the country. The military, a military group seized power. The military seized power in 2021 there. This you're looking at is Bangkok, Thailand, 600 miles away, where this 30-story building under construction has collapsed. I've heard one report that there's 43 workers trapped. I've heard another one that there's over 80 workers trapped in that building. I just saw a video, which I believe is from Myanmar, which I'm going to put the link to in the chat, if I can. All right, I'm posting a link to a Myanmar video, which I think is from Mandalay. Guys, I just posted a link to a video from Myanmar now of some damage in Myanmar. I think it's Mandalay. I don't have the rights to play it, but I just posted it for you. Showing buildings damaged. I'm still looking at this video here. A lot of buildings crooked in this video. Oh, what happened here? What's going on there? I don't know what the smoke is. Look at all the vehicles, emergency vehicles. Give me one moment here. Really waiting to get more information from Mandalay. That was only 10 miles from the epicenter and has over 1 million people living there. Let me see if they've updated their predictions over there on USGS. Real quick, I'm going to show you this from USGS. You can see 7.7 earthquake, shallow, 10 kilometers deep. That's going to make it so the shaking is more intense on the surface. If you look there, estimated fatalities. 35% chance between 1,000 and 10,000, 29% chance 10,000 and 100,000, 19% chance 100 to 10,000, 100 to 1,000, and 13% chance over 100,000. Estimated economic losses, 34% chance between $1 billion and 10 billion US dollars, 29% 10 billion to 100 billion US dollars, and estimated economic losses are 2 to 30% of the GDP of Burma, which is Myanmar. And they have a map here showing where Mandalay is here in Myanmar. And oh, hold on a second. Let me go back to this. What's going on here? We're seeing some people. This is some taking a stretcher into the collapsed building area in Bangkok there. According to the USGS, the city of Mandalay was in the severe shaking zone, which is the 8th out of 10 levels of shaking is severe. And they say that the city of Mandalay was there, and total 2.8 million people were in the severe shaking zone. And they also say that overall the population, let me go back here. Overall, the population in this area where the earthquake was resides in structures that are vulnerable to earthquake shaking. Though resistant structures exist, the predominant vulnerable building types are informal buildings, metal, timber, galvanized iron, and unreinforced brick masonry construction. Also, there could have been landslides. You can see here the level of shaking goes from 1 to 10. 8 is severe, and they say 2.8 million people were in the severe shaking zone. Very little so far from Mandalay. Oh, I'm seeing another, this account posted another video from In East, I have an. I'm going to post a link to apparently another video. It's not confirmed, but this account has been posting videos from Myanmar, and I think they're legit. So I just posted another link to a video showing what appears to be damage in eastern Myanmar. Homie Brody says, this is in Bangkok. Imagine the damage in the other nations. Well, Myanmar is going to be, this is 600 miles away. So Myanmar is going to have the most damage. But yes. AP reports that real quick, there's some damaged pagodas in the capital of Myanmar, about 120 miles away from the earthquake. There on the right. AP reports that a state of emergency has been declared in 6 regions and states in Myanmar after a 7.7 earthquake whose epicenter was near the country's second largest city. State-run MRTV television said the military-run government's proclamation includes the capital Naypyidaw and Mandalay. How many people live in Naypyidaw? The population of the capital there is almost 1 million people. Myanmar is in the midst of a civil war and many areas are not easily accessible, says AP. It was not immediately clear what relief efforts the military would be able to provide. Wow. How about that? That's not good. Oh. Austin Lewis mentioned that B&O mentioned that the USGS actually just updated their estimates. Yes, the USGS has updated their estimates. This is new. So if you look here, there's now a 34% chance of between 10,000 and 100,000. Oh, hold on. By the way, I can't show this. On the video right now, I'm glad I did that. They're taking 2 bodies out, and I can't show this. On the video we were watching from the construction site, I got lucky. They just walked by with 2 bodies wrapped up. You couldn't see the bodies, but they were clearly bodies in these stretchers. So it's just, I didn't know that was going to happen. As soon as I started showing that graphic, I looked over to the graphic, and then I saw the video. So they just walked by on this shot, and they're not there anymore. They just showed like a close-up of them walking by. I'm going to pull away from this because I don't want to show, I can't show the bodies. Yeah, they're walking a body out right now. 2 bodies. 2. Assuming that they just walked 2 stretchers out, and it was just totally wrapped up. So, yeah, that did not look like living. That did not look like people who were alive. It looked like 2 dead bodies. That's sad. Probably bringing him over to one of the ambulances, but that just happened. That's really sad. They were covered. You couldn't say anything, but I don't want to show that anyway. All right, but look at this. I mean, this is really important here. USGS now has a 34% chance that between 10,000 and 100,000 people were killed. They have a 22% chance that over 100,000 people were killed. 30% between 1,000 and 10,000. Also, look at this. There is now a 34% chance that the damage was between 10 and 100 billion US dollars. Estimated economic losses are between 6 and 70% of Burma GDP. And look at this, unbelievable. They have now updated the shake map so that 800,000 people were in the 9 out of 10 violent shaking region. They have updated the shaking estimates. 800,000 people in the violent shaking, 9 out of 10 shaking region, including the cities of Sagaing with 80,000 people and Make Tila with 177,000 people. That's new. They did not have any. Before it was like 7,000 people in violent shaking. Now it's 800,000 people in the violent shaking. And there you can see there's that red area on the map now. So those are not good updates you want to hear. They have basically updated the shaking amount, the shaking intensity, and yeah, see, that's the updated map right there. That's the updated map. You can see the red is the 9 out of 10 shaking, and Mandalay is right here. Wow. And remember, the predominant form of housing in that area is not earthquake resistant. A lot of informal housing, they said. USGS. Yeah, this is really, really, really terrible. And again, when you're just looking, this is awful what you're looking up. That's Bangkok, Thailand. A lot of damage in Bangkok, 600 miles away. But we're not even really hearing much from Myanmar right now. This is really disastrous. It's really a huge disaster. Sad. Yeah, Mandalay might not have internet now. I don't know. Radar Corps mentioned that CARE Austria posted some photos of damage in Myanmar. But we're going to see. It might take days to get a lot of information out of Myanmar. Hold on. I just saw something else. I just saw something else. Oh, that's the mosque collapse. I'll post a link to the mosque collapse. In Myanmar. There was video floating around of that. I don't own the rights to it, but oh, I have an update here. What is this? Hold on. There's a hotel collapse. Where is this? Is this in Myanmar? Hang on. I have some things to post. This is a mosque in Mandalay. Mosque in Mandalay that collapsed. And I'm posting a link to that right now from the Irrawaddy. They said the Irrawaddy, which is it's a news outlet in Myanmar, said Ong Pan hotel collapses due to earthquake, causing casualties. Now, where is that at? Maybe it's Ong Ban. Ong Ban, I think it is. Is it Ong Ban Hotel? I'm going to post a link to that right now. Excuse me. Guys, I'm posting a link to a hotel collapse from Irrawaddy, which is a Myanmar news outlet, where they say there have been casualties after a hotel collapsed. Wow. That's not good at all. Irrawaddy also reports some fuel shops in Mandalay have suspended sales due to damage to fuel storage tanks caused by the earthquake. So there are gas stations which can't sell gas. Oh, and they posted, what is this video here? Wow. I have a video of a hotel. I can't play this. I'm gonna post the link. This is the Ong Ban. I think this is the Ong Ban Hotel. Ong Pan Shan State. I'm going to post a link to this right now. Ong Pan is a town in yes, this is in Ong Pan, Myanmar, which is where is that? Which is I want to say I'll tell you what it is. Wow, that's quite a video there. This is about maybe roughly 100 miles from the epicenter. I'm posting a link right now. It's a YouTube video of a collapsed hotel in Ong Pan. Reportedly, there are casualties in that hotel collapsed in Ong Pan. That's quite a video there. Wow. Terrible. And they say people are trapped in there. Irrawaddy reports that people are trapped in that hotel. Oh, hang on. Wow. I just saw a really not good video of, I got some photos. This person, Hung Min Son, seems to be pretty reliable. He's saying a monastery housing war-displaced civilians in Tonggu Township collapsed, killing at least 5 people. And he posted some photos which look like, one of them looks like a dead child. It's terrible. That's in Tonggu. That's in Myanmar, Tonggu. I'm not even going to post the link to it. Tonggu is located, Tonggu, just so you know, is about, what? 200 miles from the epicenter. And apparently, I think BNO News posted about Tonggu as well. I thought they did. Anyways, oh, there's a pool water video too. From BNO posted a video of pool water in a Bangkok building. The pool water started going over the side of the building during the earthquake. I just posted that link in the chat. Yeah, BNO News also had heard that 5 were dead in Tonggu, where I saw an unconfirmed report that a monastery, was it the monastery collapsed? Is that what it was, the report? Oh, wow. So, unconfirmed report that from this Hung Min Son account, that there's, they posted a picture of bodies, and they said in the capital, I'd believe this, I don't know if it's true, they said the capital, the death toll is 50. Let me keep checking some more for some more updates here, guys. Yeah, this is just disastrous. Oh, a report of cars collapsed, cars There's a report of cars crushed in, where is this? I think in Bangkok. Oh my gosh. I'm just seeing this right now. Where is this? This is in Thailand. The Den Chai Chang Kong Railway. MGR reports 20 concrete beams collapsed, crushing 7 cars. Wow. But I think nobody, it says here, no one was injured or killed in the incident because at the time of the earthquake, the workers were out eating and taking a lunch break. I'm going to post a link to this article right now to you guys. That's in Thailand, this damage, not even in Myanmar. Up, they're going in again. They might be getting another body because that's what they did last time. I've heard reports of both around 40 and around 80 workers in the rubble there. I don't know what is correct in this building under construction, this 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok. Wow, that's in Thailand. So concrete beams fell off of I think it's a roadway that it was under construction, I think, in Thailand. Yeah, that was an under construction railway project. I mean, and again, that's in Thailand. That's not even in Myanmar. Ooh, what is this? Let's see here. Wow, another video, a video showing an upside down car on an expressway in Myanmar. If you go in this video, I'm gonna share the link here in the chat. It's a YouTube video from Irrawaddy News. I'm gonna share the link, and it should be queued up to where you see the upside down car. This is from Myanmar. I just posted a link to a video. A video that Irrawaddy posted of damage on a roadway in Myanmar.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that place is under construction. This one, this overpass has been there for a while, so who knows?
Breaking update, Thairath News has an official saying 3 dead, 81 missing in this building collapse in Bangkok. Now, we did see a few minutes ago, well, I saw it, but I didn't show it, 2 bodies being walked out of the area. But again, 80 Thai Rath News, which is a Thai news outlet, is also reporting now. They say an official says 81 missing. 81 missing in this 30-story building under construction collapse. 600 miles from the epicenter. Oh, thanks. Intel, AZ Intel found another video of a crane collapse in Bangkok. It's just crazy. I guess RT posted this. I'll post a link to it too. There's really significant, I mean, obviously, because you're looking at it, but there's in multiple locations in Thailand, there is a lot of damage, significant damage. Let me show you a map again of where this happened. Here's a map. Okay, so that is Burma. I mean, that's Burma / Myanmar. That's Myanmar right there. Thailand is here. It's several hundred miles to Thailand. Bangkok is about 600 miles away between here and here. But there's significant, very significant damage, obviously, in Thailand. But it's going to be worse in Myanmar. The epicenter was here. And there's Mandalay, about 10 miles away, 1.2 million people. Yes, as Don Ladd Mulligan says, the earthquake was only 10 kilometers deep, which is shallow. Yes. By the way, thank you to PZ Papa Zulu, who says prayers for Myanmar. Also, Peter DeCoste from Australia, and Boz, our new member, and Christopher Hastings, our new member. Also, I do want to thank our moderators for being here at this late hour here. It's almost 6 a.m. here. BZ and Sabrina over on YouTube, Janet B., Beth Mythical, thank you for being there. Also, thanks to our Twitch moderators like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Surly Dev. Paul Anderson's modding on Facebook. Margaret Riley, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over there on X. But you're going to be hearing a lot of reports in the coming days of terrible damage in Myanmar. Khawsad Online, which is a Thai news outlet, says this was from the Sa Gang Fault, which is a major fault in Myanmar. Did USGS say that? The USGS said this earthquake occurred as a result of strike-slip faulting between the India and Eurasia plates. Between the India and Eurasia plates. The USGS says this region has experienced similar large strike-slip earthquakes, with six other magnitude 7 and larger earthquakes occurring within about 150 miles of this earthquake since 1900. So since 1900, there have been 6 other magnitude 7 plus earthquakes within 150 miles of this one. The most recent was a 7.0 in 1990. In 1912, there was a 7.9. Cam, our viewer, says Myanmar sits right on the edge of the Indian tectonic plate, sliding under the Eurasian tectonic plate. That is what Cam says. Again, they say USGS says this resulted as a strike slip from strike slip faulting between the India and Eurasia plates. Oh, let me show you this. Look at this here. Ground failure. Estimated area, liquefaction. They talk about liquefaction. Extensive, red, over 1,000 square kilometers estimated affected by liquefaction. I was going to tell you something about liquefaction. Hold on a second here. Hang on. Let me go back here and I'll pull it up for you. Liquefaction, says the USGS, takes place when loosely packed, waterlogged sediments at or near the ground surface lose their strength in response to strong ground shaking. Liquefaction occurring beneath buildings and other structures can cause major damage during earthquakes. Basically, the ground stops being strong. It becomes softer. So things stuck in it can more easily move. And as you can see here, it says liquefaction extensive. Landslides. They say between 10 square kilometers and 100 square kilometers, area exposed to landslides, significant. Estimated population exposure, the number of people living near areas that could have produced liquefaction in this earthquake is extensive. They say close to 1 million, it looks like. They have a liquefaction map here. Liquefaction probability. Can you see this where I am up here? Liquefaction probability. Dark blue is greater than 20%. Light purple is 10 to 20%. I mean, this is like 100 miles. From here to here is probably over 100 miles. Or roughly 100 miles, because Naypyidaw is about 120 miles from the epicenter. Will the U.S. send aid, says Scarge Gaming? I don't know what nations. I'm sure some nations will send aid. I haven't heard anything about it yet. Again, reportedly 81 workers trapped in that rubble, although it's possible a couple have been pulled out already, because we saw a couple bodies pulled out a little while ago. We didn't see it. I saw it. It wasn't on our stream. Wow. More damage from Mandalay region. I'm going to post a link right now to more damage from Mandalay region. Irrawaddy says the strong earthquake reportedly destroyed the 4-story Kya Kya and Mae Nuo Kiao in Inwa, Mandalay region. I don't know what Kya Kya is. Where is Inwa? Inwa is an ancient city. Inwa is an ancient city near Mandalay. That's very interesting. So, the epicenter was right around here. This is about 10. Mandalay is here. So this is about 10 miles from the earthquake epicenter. Is Inwa. Inwa is an ancient city located. Known for its religious structures. This is a pagoda here, like right there. See that? There's a pagoda there. A couple pagodas. So that's Inwa. There's another pagoda over here, I guess. Oh, see that right there? So there's been severe damage in Inwa. According to Irrawaddy, it destroyed the 4-story Kiao Kya and Mae Nuo Kiao in Inwa and damaged pagodas, including the Inwa Sin Kyung Maha Haloka and Tharu Pagoda. I'll post a link to that post again, but they have pictures of it. Damaged religious, old religious buildings. What is this? One of our viewers said on Irrawaddy they have a preschool collapse. Oh, there's a report about a temple. I'm going to put from this is an unconfirmed report of a temple collapse in Mandalay. I'm going to post that link right now from Hung Min Son. I don't know where this person is getting this stuff, but that person has had a lot of reports. It looks like a collapsed monastery. Collapsed temple, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, there's a picture of somebody. I can't show this. There's a picture of someone in the rubble too. Terrible. That's awful. Another video of damage here too. I'm going to post this here. Hang on a moment. A kindergarten collapse. Kindergarten collapse in Kiauski Dam, it says. That's what Irrawaddy is reporting. Kiauski Dam, where's that at? Kiauksi. Kiauksi is a town about 25 miles away from Mandalay. It's like 35 miles from the epicenter. They say there's been a kindergarten collapse there. I'll post a link in the chat. That's from Irrawaddy. Many affected by kindergarten collapse in Kiauski. Remember, lots of the buildings in Myanmar are not earthquake resistant. I just saw a warning. Well, this is a different story. Israel, IDF just warned people to get away from a building that they're gonna attack. IDF just issued warning for people to evacuate the area of a building in the southern suburbs of Beirut that the IDF says is a Hezbollah facility. So that's happening. That used to happen a lot. When Israel was attacking a lot more in Beirut, in the southern suburbs of Beirut and Lebanon, in southern Lebanon, and southern Lebanon too. Beirut is in southern Lebanon, but they just issued it right now. So apparently they're going to destroy a building there. No tsunami because this was on land. It did not displace water. It has to displace water to have it to cause a tsunami. Yes, this is the building in Bangkok, the 30-story building that was under construction and collapsed. 81 workers were trapped inside. Again, I can't show stuff that I don't have the rights to. Ariga Lab mentioned that Myanmar now posted another video showing footage of when the building collapsed. I'll post a link to that in the chat. Thanks to Ariga Lab for sending that to me. It's like they're taking something in. The global surveyor thinks those guys are monitoring business movement. Sorry, a building movement. By the way, somebody said, is that still going on? I haven't, in recent weeks or months, I have not seen Israel give those evacuate the building announcements for Beirut area. So I don't remember when the last one was, but they just issued one. There's going to be just an enormous number of casualties from this in Myanmar. I mean, who knows? It could take days or longer to hear about what happened there. Yeah, Beirut is not in southern Lebanon. Right, that's what I said. But the southern suburbs of Beirut is where the evacuation was given for. The evacuation warning. You can go to, I've been posting, if you want to see a video of this falling, I posted it on my X account from BNO News. So you can go there. And my X account is @Lookner. You can go see it over there. Reuters has an update. They say a powerful earthquake rocked Southeast Asia on Friday, killing several people, probably killing a lot of people, bringing down a skyscraper under construction in Bangkok and toppling buildings in neighboring Myanmar, where the ruling junta declared a state of emergency in some areas. At least 3 people were killed in the town of Taungoo in Myanmar when a mosque partially collapsed, witnesses said. While local media reported that at least 2 people died and 20 were injured when that hotel collapsed in Ongban. Oh, they have a search dog there. So I posted before on my X account and in the chat a video from the hotel collapse in Ongban, Myanmar. So 2 people dead and 20 injured in that collapse. At least 2 dead and 20 injured. Mandalay is Myanmar's ancient royal capital and at the center of the country's Buddhist heartland. One witness told Reuters a tea shop had collapsed in Mandalay, and several people were trapped inside. Yeah, there's all kinds of damage in Myanmar. One office tower in downtown Bangkok, 600 miles away from the earthquake, swayed from side to side for at least 2 minutes, with doors and windows creaking loudly, witnesses said. You can see they brought dogs in. I saw one dog. Our one of the viewers asked about the airport in Bangkok. Khao Sod English, which is a Thai news outlet, said it is operating normally. Hang on. They said that the airport is operational again after a brief pause. That's the Savarnabhumi Airport in Thailand. Some more pictures of damage. I got some more pictures of damage. I'm going to post them in the chat right now. Sorry about that. I'm going to post a purported video from the Mandalay airport when the earthquake happened. Oh, wow. Guys, the Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says, I mentioned about 15 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago or whatever, Israel issued an evacuation warning for a building in the Beirut area, telling people it's Hezbollah related. You got to get away from it because they're going to destroy it. Manny Fabian from Times of Israel says that is the first time that Israel has issued warnings ahead of strikes in Beirut since November 27th. The first time in 4 months. Wow. Mandalay Airport significantly damaged after the earthquake, says breaking aviation news and videos. They also said Myanmar has been ruled by a military junta since a coup in 2021, making access to information difficult. The state controls almost all of local television, radio, print, and online media. Internet use is also restricted. I'm gonna repost this on my X account, and I'm posting a link to a video from the airport. Trying to not have this. Thank you to Still Real, who says thoughts and prayers. Thank you also Janet B. for the memberships. Also thank you Nicholas Harsant. Yeah, we talked about the USGS estimates. It's really bad. I'll mention it again. Ali, CR member, thank you. Billin Bass thinks damage in Myanmar will be devastating. Yeah, it's going to be terrible. Again, the USGS current estimate is They say 34% chance between 10,000 and 100,000 dead. 30% chance 1 to 10,000 dead, 22% chance over 100,000. They also say 34% chance damage between 10 billion and 100 billion US dollars. And again, they said that there's a shaking, they have a shake intensity scale from 1 to 10. 9 is violent. You don't even see 9 very much with earthquakes. It's pretty rare to see even 9. And they said 800,000 people were in, it's crazy, were in the 9 shaking range, including people in Sagaing and Meiktila. And Mandalay, 1.2 million people, is in the severe shaking range, which is 8 out of 10. They say that almost 4 million people were in the severe shaking range. And they say that overall the population in this region resides in structures that are vulnerable to earthquake shaking. Though resistant structures do exist, the predominant vulnerable building types are informal, metal, timber, galvanized iron, etc., and unknown miscellaneous types construction. Again, about 10 miles from the city of and let me just show what it looks like here. About 10 miles from Mandalay, and the earthquake happened right around here, where my pointer is. Look at this over here. This is about 10 miles away. Look at how densely populated this is. Just 10 miles away. Remember, Bangkok is 600 miles away. This is 10 miles away. And just look at how densely populated this is. And a lot of these are not, these are pretty basic structures, a lot of them here. But this is, again, well over 1 million people live in Mandalay alone. And there's surrounding towns too. But this is very densely populated. And a lot of these are not going to be very strongly built structures. Excuse me. Irrawaddy reports earthquake victims urgently need blood. They're in Myanmar. Look at all these people going inside there. Again, around 80 workers missing. Oh. Hold on a second here. Faytuk's network found a report from Kit Fit Media. Hold on a second here. I'm going to mention this in a second. Hang on a moment. Wow. Oh my gosh. I just saw this from Kit Fit Media. That is a, they are in Myanmar. I just saw a report from them. Hold on a second, guys. That's a news agency based in Myanmar. They report earthquake causes airport air traffic control tower to collapse, killing all staff on duty. That is from Kit Fit Media. They say report from Myanmar media outlet. Earthquake causes control tower to collapse, air traffic control tower at airport in Myanmar's capital, killing all staff on duty. That's unconfirmed, but it's a pretty popular account, and they operate out of Myanmar. The air traffic control tower at Nay Pyi Airport in the capital of Myanmar collapsed, killing all staff on duty. Reports this. Oh, this is from Yangon Times. Is that where it is? Well, it originally came from Kit Fit Media. It originally came. The outlet that I'm reading this on is, I think it's YKT News. Is that Kit Fit Media? Is it the same thing? Might be the same thing. Oh yeah, it's Kit Fit Media. Kit Fit Media, which is a media outlet in Myanmar. That's what they report. They say, again, they're reporting now that a military source told them that the airport, the air traffic control tower collapsed in the capital, killing all the personnel there. That airport, the Nay Pyi Airport, is an international airport in the capital of Myanmar. Oh, wow. There's another report here, too, from Mandalay. A restaurant and residential building collapsed, trapping people. Wow. I'm going to post a link to this, too. I got another one too. They reported a building at Ong Chan Ong Orthopedic Clinic in Mandalay collapsed, trapping 2 orthopedic doctors, 1 engineering student, and 1 elderly woman, but no rescue. I'll post a link to that too. Look at all the people at this rescue operation. AP now says 90 people are missing at this construction site. AP has a new report, 90 people missing at this construction site, guys, in Bangkok. Look, right here. Thai defense minister says 90 missing and 3 dead at the site of high rise under construction. Seven people have been rescued so far. AP says Myanmar's military-run government declared a state of emergency in 6 regions and states, including the capital and Mandalay. But with the country in the midst of a prolonged bloody civil war, it was not clear how help would get to many regions. The Red Cross said downed power lines are adding to challenges for their teams trying to reach Mandalay and Sagaing regions in southern Shan State. Initial reports from the ground suggest the earthquake has caused significant damage, the Red Cross said. Information on humanitarian needs is still being gathered. Also in Bangkok, a construction worker was killed when rubble from the collapsing building site hit his truck and another was crushed by the falling debris. Here's a picture of damage in the capital of Myanmar, about 100 miles from the epicenter. A damaged building at a monastery compound. There is a picture of damaged pagodas in the capital, about 100 miles away from the epicenter, from AP. Another picture of a damaged monastery there. Again, 90 people missing in this collapse. Hold on. Sorry, I'm a little slow here. It's late. It's 6:30. I haven't slept. It's 6:37 a.m. Here where I am. Oh, another report from Kit Thit Media that Faytux Network found. This is this Myanmar outlet reports. A military source said several ministry buildings, including the Foreign Ministry and the Labor Ministry, collapsed, resulting in the deaths of the permanent secretary of the Labor Ministry and several foreign officials. During the collapse, concrete blocks fell, killing some employees of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Labor, and injuring many others. Many of the dead were employees. Wow. There's pictures of bodies. I can't show that, but I will post the update there. That report was from Myanmar. And they said that was in the capital. A new video of a building collapse. Oh, wow. Unbelievable. There's a new video of a building collapse in Mandalay, guys. I'm going to post the link in the chat right now. New video of a building collapse on BNO. I just posted it, BNO News Live. I just posted it there in the chat. This looked like a, wow. I mean, that looked like, what, about a 12-story building, if not more? That's from Mandalay. Unbelievable. There's probably going to be so many buildings that collapse from this in Mandalay. Yeah, guys, I can't show videos I don't have the rights to. I can only show stuff I have the rights to. I've been posting a lot of stuff in the chat and on my X account, which is @Lookner. Brent Lee says, looking more and more like the Haiti earthquake of 2010. It's going to be really, I mean, it's been really bad. You're going to hear a lot. You're going to hear a lot more bad news. Oh, this is interesting. The Thailand Department of Mineral Resources said that when the earthquake seismic waves reached Bangkok, it was consistent with the natural frequency of tall buildings, causing the buildings to shake more easily, even though it was over 600 miles away from Bangkok. That's according to Thai News. Some of our viewers are saying it's called resonance. By the way, I think I might have a video. Is that live or is that on tape? I might have a video of Israel striking. Hold on a second. Oops. Sorry. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. We temporarily lost the video from... Oh, hold on. Hang on. Further live coverage is expected. We temporarily don't have that video from... Actually, I think we do. Let me just put it on. I have to do this. Hold on. I'll put the video back up from Bangkok. Here. I think that might be a different camera. Does that have no audio? Hold on. No, there's audio there. Different camera. Sorry, just give me a moment here. Oh, hold on. I have the other video back. There. Cowsod Online says 20 workers trapped in elevator shaft. That's a Thai news outlet. They said 20 workers are trapped in an elevator shaft and 70 are still missing. According to Cowsod Online, oh, I got it. Yes, this is the National Institute of Emergency Medicine in Thailand said. I'm going to tell you their update. They said that where is it here? There were 320 construction workers working at this site. 70 people are still missing. Also, there are 20 per people trapped in an elevator shaft. The number of deaths is unknown. So I guess the elevator shaft is in there somewhere. Then there's another update here, which is a little different from that, from the same outlet. Cowsod Online also had said that 407 workers were working there. 93 could not be contacted. Again, 70 missing and 20 reportedly in an elevator shaft. AFP reports that rows of wounded lay outside the hospital emergency department of the 1,000-bed hospital in Myanmar's capital, which is about 120 miles away from the earthquake. Some writhing in pain and others in shock after a powerful earthquake. A stream of casualties were brought to the hospital, some in cars, others in pickups, and others carried on stretchers, their bodies bloody and covered in dust. This is a mass casualty area, a hospital official said. Again, this is about 120 miles from the epicenter. The hospital's emergency department itself was heavily damaged, a car crushed under the heavy concrete of its fallen entrance. The capital is around 150 miles from the epicenter of the earthquake. The chief of the military junta, there's been a civil war going on in Myanmar for several years after the military took power. When was the coup in Myanmar? 2021. And Reuters, AFP says that the military junta chief called for foreign help, saying, "We want the international community to give humanitarian aid as soon as possible." The rare plea from the military junta raises the prospect that damage and casualties may be on a large scale, with Myanmar's medical system and infrastructure ravaged by 4 years of civil war.
I'll be very honest with you, I don't think it's going to be happening for a while.
Earthquakes are relatively common in Myanmar, says AFP, where 6 strong quakes of 7.0 magnitude or more struck between 1930 and 1956. This is a live video from Reuters. Oh wow, I got a picture of some more damage. More damage. In Myanmar. And I think this is all from the capital. I'm posting them in the chat right now. Abu is watching from Chiang Mai, Thailand, who says there were strong aftershocks. According to EMSC, there was a 6.4 after. There was a 4.6, a 4.5, a 4.6. I see those. A 4.3. But this is clearly just going to be absolutely devastating in Myanmar. Thai Rath News says drones are flying at this site of this building collapse and have found movement among 3 to 4 workers in the collapsed building. They are currently providing assistance. Yeah, my guess is over the coming days you're going to hear more and more about awful damage in Myanmar. I've been passing along some reports I've seen. For example, a report that the air traffic control tower, collapsed at the airport in Myanmar, in the Myanmar capital, at the airport there, killing the people working there. That was from a Myanmar news outlet. I can't confirm it, but I'm sure it's just devastating. Remember, over 1 million people, about 1.2 million people live in Mandalay, 10 miles from the earthquake. Oh, hold on, let me show you this. They're bringing something in there. They're bringing in like a stretcher or something. Is that a stretcher they're bringing in? They're bringing in something. And we have this going on. No tsunami risk, because this was not in water. A tsunami is caused when water is suddenly displaced. This was an inland earthquake, so it would not displace water. So no tsunami risk from this one. Thank you so much, Martin Gingrich, and also Spirit of Morning, and Matthew Simpson, and also JD63. Yeah, according to USGS, there's been a 6.4 aftershock, a 4.6, a 4.6, and a 4.6. The last one of those being about 3 hours ago. I might have a video of Israel striking in Lebanon, which has been going on, which happened a little while ago. Let's see if I can pull that up here. Oh, this is Israel striking South Lebanon. I don't know if they've struck in Beirut today yet. Again, for the first time in about 4 months, Israel ordered people to evacuate a building in Beirut, the southern suburbs, saying they were going to destroy it. Or implying they were going to destroy it. But they haven't destroyed that building yet. Look at all the people up there. That's one. Guys, here's a little video of Israel striking southern Lebanon today. I'm just going to throw this up on the screen for you. This is Israel striking southern Lebanon today. And Beirut in central Lebanon, they're supposed to hit soon. But that's the aftermath of an Israeli strike in southern Lebanon, which happened a short while ago. That's AFP video there. It's another shot. There's also this. Look at this. Again, that's from a little while ago in southern Lebanon, where Israel is conducting strikes. And they're supposed to strike in Beirut. They just started to rewind. Went back to the beginning. Oopsie. I'm going to post some, I talked about this before, I'm going to post some photos in the chat of, it's a hotel in Myanmar that was destroyed. I saw a report that said 2 were dead and 20 injured. Kevin Venture said Bangkok is showing search dogs going into the collapsed building. Yeah, we saw some search dogs on this feed before. A while ago. I just posted a video, I just posted a link to some photos from this collapsed hotel in Ong Ban, Myanmar. BNO News says they heard that the runway was damaged at the airport in the capital of Myanmar. Reportedly, the control tower collapsed there, killing people inside, the people working there. I don't really have a firm death toll for you because there's like unconfirmed reports coming in from different areas. I'm sorry. Also, I'm going to go for a little while longer, but I'm really tired. I'm kind of tired because it's 7:08 a.m. here. So I apologize. I'm not maybe giving as many updates as I normally would, but we just don't have a lot of reliable information from Myanmar at all. And it doesn't help that there's a civil war going on there. But we are seeing some reports come out of there of just heavy damage. And the fact that there was so much damage in Bangkok, 600 miles away, I think suggests something about what the damage is going to be like closer. Our viewer Daniel Villay mentioned that Reuters said that the Thailand Stock Exchange suspended all trading activities for their afternoon session after this earthquake. Again, the Red Cross told AP downed power lines are adding to challenges for their teams trying to reach Mandalay and Sagaing regions and southern Shan State. This was a 30-story building being constructed for government offices. I'm just going to take a couple minutes here. I'm going to leave the stream up. I need a couple minutes. We're going to keep going. I'm going to go until, it's getting late, so I'll keep going, but I don't know how long I'll be able to go. But I got to take a couple minutes here just as a break. So I'm going to leave the stream up, and I'll be back in a few minutes. But let me just put up here. Oh, why did this not? What happened here with the this? That should say live Bangkok. What I'll do also is I'm actually going to put both shots up because it's two different shots. Maybe you'll put it like that. All right, so give me a couple minutes. I just need a couple minutes to take a quick break. I'm leaving the stream up. What I'm going to do though is take my headphones out for a second. We might pause here. They're bringing in some kind of crane or something. Not crane. They're bringing in some kind of bringing in some kind of digging machine there, you can see. All right, give me a few minutes. I'm coming back in a few minutes. I will be back in a few minutes, and I'll leave this up, and I'll see you in a few minutes.
สิเมื่อกี้เห็นมีหมอ
Are they just going to
แก๊ง
record
เด็ก
this
ชื่อ
in
อะไรนะ
London?
หมอที่เป็นแกนนำแก๊งเด็กอ่ะ
And you play that later.
ที่เป็นแกนที่เป็นหน่วยในแกนนำอ่ะสมัยม็อบเด็กอ่ะกันมากระวังอาคารนะครับน้ำหนักนั่นแหละดูเสียที่ตัว ไม่มีอยู่นู่นเลยอยู่ข้างในหมดเลยที่ท่าส้นแล้วจะติดทำไมผมต้องไปแก้ไม่ได้อยู่ออฟฟิศได้ปลอดภัยไม่ได้ออกแล้วคือแล้วฉันต้องไปไหนเนี่ยจุดนี้แต่มาถึงก่อนใครเชื่อเลยผมก็ชี้จะส่งภาพเข้าตรงหมดแล้วจะเอาของสอนไม่ติดเป็นชั่วโมงติดแรกของลาดเท้ามาบ้านเนี่ยก็ตั้งใจอยู่ว่าดอกจะทำแล้วปิดไฟดิปิดไฟเลยข้างในอ่ะเดี๋ยวโทรหาพี่แอนแต่จะไม่รู้ว่าตอนนี้คนละมุมตรงนี้อยู่อาจจะทำอะไรกันYeah, I love my job. พี่โออ่ะพี่โอมันติดแล้วพี่โอจะชอบเพราะตอนนี้มีทีมเวสแต่แกมาเสริมทำงานเรามาจะบอกไม่มาแต่เขาไม่ถึงนี่ก่อนถึงในเลยเดี๋ยวดูเอง
Well, I've got a load of them. I've got loads. You turn the light view off. So that's
คนไทยเห็นอย่างว่าเขาซื้อความปลอดภัยของมาเรื่องของอย่างนี้เขาแทนมันไม่เป็นขึ้นมาก่อนมีคนไปถามกันออกแนวแข่งกันตอนคือตอนนี้หาที่คอนโดไปคอนโดจะเอาคนแบบการรองรับอะไร
Saturday and Denver, we'd like to feed a live view to yeah, correct. Thai earthquake 2. We'll call back when we know.
ครับว่าไงครับโอ้ตรงนี้ยังไม่มีอะไรครับจริงๆก็ได้แค่เก็บภาพแต่เห็นว่ามีเมื่อกี้ที่เจอสุริยะกับสมศักดิ์สมศักดิ์ใช่เขาให้สัมภาษณ์เสียงแต่พี่ยังไม่เห็นว่ามีใครพูดไลฟ์ใช่ที่สดที่กำลังส่งภาพครับThis lady and this guy. 2 of the security over here. Yes, 2 of the security guard up here. This guy and that lady. 做不了，做不到，ผมเชื่อว่าเดี๋ยวเขาน่าจะเชื่อว่าเขาจะตั้งบ้านตั้ง
Okay, so we have been on the air for several hours covering this disaster. A 7.7 earthquake hit Myanmar, only 10 miles from the city of Mandalay, which has 1.2 million residents. What you're looking at is Bangkok. Bangkok is 600 miles away from the earthquake, but a 30-story building under construction collapsed, and the latest numbers I saw were that 70 workers were missing, I think 3 dead and 20 trapped in an elevator shaft. So this is in Bangkok. This is 600 miles away. And this is a terrible situation. But we don't have a lot of information about Myanmar. There's certain reports here and there about certain buildings that have collapsed and fatalities, but I think we're just basically scratching the surface of what's going on in Myanmar. And I did want to mention, the New York Times said something interesting. They said that in Myanmar, the government censors the internet a lot. And in addition to, any the usual problems with getting information out when a big earthquake hits, they're saying that they talked to somebody from Amnesty International who said that the internet blocks and censorship policies were having an effect on information getting out of Myanmar. So, and also they don't have, what does it say here? I thought I'd read that. Oh, is this some sort of official or something? There's people taking pictures of this person. I don't know. But anyways, there's also a civil war going on in Myanmar, which has been going on for several years. So we have very little information. But in the USGS current estimate is that they say there's a 34% chance of between 10,000 and 100,000 deaths, a 30% chance of between 1,000 and 10,000 deaths, and 22% chance of over 100,000 deaths. I would certainly not be surprised if thousands and thousands of people died. They say most of the population in the region where the earthquake happened resides in structures vulnerable to earthquake shaking. And they say the predominant vulnerable building types are informal metal, timber, galvanized iron, and unknown miscellaneous types of construction. So there's a lot of people who live pretty close to this earthquake who are living in non-earthquake resistant buildings. So again, you're looking at Thailand because in Bangkok, 600 miles away from the earthquake, this large building collapsed, large building under construction. But the worst damage is going to be closer to the earthquake. And there's been various reports that I'll post a link to my X account. I'm not. It's pretty late. It's 7:41 a.m. here, and I'm pretty worn out, so I'm not going to repeat everything we've been talking about for the last several hours. But if you want to catch up on some of the reports, I just posted a link to my X account in the chat. You can go there. Unconfirmed report that the air traffic control tower collapsed at the Mandalay at the capital airport in Myanmar, killing people working inside. Reports of government buildings collapsed there. Video of a building collapse that came out about an hour ago that B&O News posted. I posted that there. There's a hotel that collapsed. I was talking about. There's there's footage of various buildings that have collapsed, but it's just piecemeal. It's not really detailed. So, over 1 million people live in Mandalay just alone. So you're gonna be seeing a lot more stuff come out in the coming days from Myanmar. Silent Owl Scribe thinks it will be hard to get true numbers from there. I know there's been significant road damage in Myanmar because we've seen some footage of it. Power lines are down, according to the Red Cross, which is hampering them getting to places. I don't know what the state of the internet is there right now. If I can just show you this here. This is the shaking intensity map here. There's Southeast Asia right here. There's India. There's Thailand right here. There's Myanmar. And the earthquake was centered here, about 10 miles from Mandalay. There's Mandalay right there. And if we do this, what you'll see is the earthquake basically was centered. Oh, see, it says, there it is, right there. Myanmar earthquake. See that right there? Myanmar earthquake. Just about 10 miles away is Mandalay. And look at how densely populated it is. It's so densely populated, and most of these are not strongly constructed buildings here. And look at all this. And all in here, too. So it's again, over 1 million people live there, just in that city. And then there's other towns around, cities around there, and there's damage reported in Kioski, and there's damage reported in the capital is down here. That's where the capital is, about 100 miles away, 120, 150 miles away. Then Bangkok is all the way down here. There's Bangkok down here. That's where the building collapsed. See, it's getting dark there. They put a light up there, but that's Bangkok. And there's a bunch of damage in Bangkok and a bunch of damage in Thailand, but that's hundreds of miles away. A media outlet in Myanmar, Kit Media, is saying that 14 people died in Taungoo, Myanmar, as buildings collapsed there. Extensive damage reported by Kit Media at the international airport in the capital of Myanmar. Air traffic control tower collapses, 5 employees killed. Runway damage. They say that a source tells them the runways at the international airport there are completely destroyed. The concrete pavement is cracked and the ground is exposed. Some areas are completely torn apart. Planes can no longer take off and land. Oh, wow. I saw a new report from Kit Media about a bridge that collapsed. They said the Duthwadi Bridge on the entrance road to the Mandalay airport collapsed, causing some cars to fall. Wow. I'm going to post. Hold on a second here. That's terrible. Hold on a second here. So again, that's from media, a Myanmar news outlet. Where did it go here? I have too much open on my desktop. Hang on a moment. Yeah, Kit Media in Myanmar again said that this bridge had the Dusatwadi Bridge on the Mandalay Airport entrance road collapsed, and some cars fell down, and they have a bunch of pictures of it. And I just posted a link. I just posted it on my X account. Hold on a second. I'll post a link in the chat. Kithit Media has been one of the best sources for this. They're a news outlet in Myanmar, and like they're not even posting that many updates. Also, there's a restaurant and a residential building that collapsed. A couple hours ago, they said this. I don't even know. In Mandalay, people are trapped. A firefighter chief and some house chiefs are coming to see and rescue them, but there's no equipment. Another picture here. For those of you on Facebook, I'm posting a link to another picture from Kithit Media of a large building that's leaning over in, I assume that's Mandalay. I'm not even sure. Wow. The bridge I just talked about, the entry bridge to the airport, the bridge near the airport, is a different bridge. There's a whole other bridge that was that's a long bridge near Mandalay that collapsed, but that was different than the one I just mentioned. The capital where the airport where the control tower collapsed is the capital. That's not in Mandalay. It's Naypyidaw.
Questions 2 and 3 as usual.
By the way, Israel destroyed a building in Beirut a short while ago, in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which they said was a Hezbollah-related building, which was the first time they've struck the Beirut area since November, since 4 months ago.
They're picking up the PM.
Yeah, as one of the FAS mentions, people who are trapped in there have now been trapped for hours. I want to say about 6 hours or so. The 7.7 earthquake happened. Pull it up here. 5 hours and 34 minutes ago. A lot of vehicles showing up. Coming or going. You know, I don't know if there was any sort of issue with this building. In Thailand. I mean, that's a whole other question. In Bangkok, the one that collapsed, the 30-story building, you know, from the earthquake 600 miles away. I don't know if there was any kind of structural issue with this building or not. I am not a structural engineer. AP reports that the extent of the death, injury, and destruction, especially in Myanmar, which is embroiled in a brutal civil war that has already caused a widespread humanitarian crisis, was not yet clear. Again, the extent of death, injury, and destruction was not yet clear. Myanmar's government said blood was in high demand in the hardest hit areas, and videos from the country showed multiple collapsed houses and buckled and cracked roads. A dramatic, so we don't know the extent of this, but I think it's going to be pretty disastrous. AP says the military-run government in Myanmar declared a state of emergency in 6 regions and states. It was not clear what the declaration meant, since the entire country has been under a state of emergency since 2021 when the army seized power. Given the civil war, it was also not clear how help would get to many regions, says AP. The Red Cross said down power lines added to the challenges for their teams trying to reach Mandalay and Sagaing regions and southern Shan state in Myanmar. It's going to show you that estimate from the analysis from the USGS again. Have they updated it? Let's see. Not yet. If you look at this from the USGS, they have a shaking ranking that goes from 1 to 10 when there's an earthquake. It's rare to see red with an earthquake. Most of them we don't see red, at least in my experience. Red is violent shaking. Second highest level. 800,000 people were in areas with violent shaking. Most of the earthquakes I see is 0. And you can see, and 8 is severe shaking, which is very high as well. Mandalay was in the severe shaking area, and towns like Mektila and Sagang were in the red violent shaking. This is the MMI scale, I believe. Modified Mercalli Intensity Scale. Violent, 9 on violent is damage considerable in specially designed structures. Damage great in substantial buildings with partial collapse. Buildings shifted off foundations. And severe shaking is damage slight in specially designed structures, considerable damage in ordinary substantial buildings with partial collapse, damage great in poorly built structures. So for 9, it'd be a level 9 is damage great even in substantial buildings with partial collapse. That's the MMI, Modified Mercalli Intensity Scale. That's the intensity is the effect of an earthquake on the Earth's surface. And remember, a lot of the people who live in that area are living in buildings that are not substantial buildings. They're buildings not without good earthquake resistance. And then they said, here you can see, fatalities estimate, 34% chance between 10,000 and 100,000, 30% between 1,000 and 10,000, 22% over 100,000. Estimated economic losses are between 60 to 70% of GDP of Burma, of Myanmar. That's between 34% chance between 10 and 100 billion dollars US, billion, because these are in millions. 30% chance of 1 billion to 10 billion. 22% of over 100 chance of over $100 billion in damage. Yeah, Petra points out that Bangkok got it pretty bad. Yeah, there was some significant, very significant damage in Thailand and in Bangkok, but it's going to be way worse close to the epicenter in Myanmar. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here.
Earlier today, there was a construction site for the central audit office.
This building was 30 stories high. You can go to my X account if you want, and there's a video I reposted of the collapse from B&O News.
Construction workers have made out of there. We have heard
Um, there was a Turkey, the Turkey earthquake of 2023. That was that a 7.8? Yes, a 7.8 earthquake. The Turkey earthquake, Turkey-Syria earthquake in 2023. The biggest of those was a 7.8. I think the camera's near a news reporter who said they're assessing whether it's safe. They're assessing whether it's safe for the rescuers to be there, because I'm sure they don't want the building to collapse when the rescuers are in the building or on the building. This is Bangkok. This is not Myanmar. You're looking at.
Similar to the construction worker that we have heard before, I thought I was getting busy as well when that happened. But then suddenly I saw the light fixtures in our office swinging, and I was asking my colleagues, hey, do you feel the same? And suddenly, yeah, it's an earthquake here in Bangkok. Who would have thought?
Oh, wow. B&O News has a crazy video of people swept away by water from a rooftop pool. You know, there's video in Bangkok. Oh, this is in China? Wow. I know that there's video in Bangkok of water going off like a roof pool, like where a skyscraper is. You know, that water has a long way to fall down. B&O News just posted a video of people getting swept away by water from a rooftop pool in China. Crazy.
The overall damage, but apart from, of course, the construction site here, we are seeing small damages, some tears, some structural tears in buildings, but otherwise, the number of casualties and the number of damages appear, and I have to insist, appear to be not very high.
He's talking, that reporter, I think, is talking about Bangkok, not about Myanmar. Because the damage is going to be extremely high and casualties in Myanmar.
It seems to be like that, and one criticism that has been leveled against the government is the lack of a cell broadcast warning system that is supposed to come in place just later this, and that hasn't happened yet. And of course, a lot of people, when they earthquake hit, they were all confused, and we all got it from the news, but not from an official government source that was broadcasting to all cell phones across the country or across the city. But having said that, going on, what are the measures right now? The Prime Minister, was briefly here to oversee the situation, and the Bangkok governor, civil engineer by trade, he has said that the public parks are supposed to open to overnight for people that are stranded, that cannot get home, that are supposed to be mobile toilets and water being given out to them. But overall, also, as I said before, 6 hours after the earthquake, the city is slowly collecting itself. They're slowly reading itself after it has been jolted. At least we have still power. At least the cell phone network is still working. So overall, that is not a comparison, of course, to other parts of the country.
Give me 1 sec here.
In Myanmar, where we have seen the scenes of destruction there. At least here in Bangkok, it seems to be that we have been jolted, but we still got away somehow. Thank you, good night.
I'm doing a little search here. Oh, hold on. I don't want to show. It looks like they might have been pulling somebody out of there. So I don't want to show any of that if I don't have to. We might have seen them pulling somebody out. I don't really see. I think somebody, maybe something covered, but I'm gonna wait until they're done with that. I think they might have just found another body. Kind of looks like it, but again, it looked like something was covered on like a stretcher thing. So, and I'm not seeing them running around like it's with urgency, like getting it to a hospital. So that might be a body, unfortunately. Yeah, so you can't really see it right now, but I'm gonna wait until they've taken it away and then we'll go back to it. I mean, I don't know for sure, but certainly it does not seem like they pulled a survivor out. They're not acting like they have a survivor. I think they just pulled somebody out. Earlier, that would be the third one I've seen tonight from there. Yeah, so they're actually taking, it looks like they have a victim and they're taking that victim away. That's what they're doing right now. It's not graphic, it's covered up, but anyways. I don't really want to have that on the screen. I'm seeing, I don't own the rights to the videos. There's some videos floating around from China. So if you look here, where is it here? So the earthquake happened around here. There's Thailand there, and there's Bangkok. Yunnan province, China is right here. That's Yunnan. So I'm seeing some videos coming out of Yunnan. There was that crazy one that B&O News posted a few minutes ago. It's on my X account, or B&O News, where they showed water coming down and sweeping people away. Water coming down from a rooftop pool. I don't have the rights to show it. I've seen some videos from Yunnan in China showing buildings shaking, truck really shaking. It was clearly strongly felt there. Video of a cracks in somebody's wall. Yeah, our viewer, Commandant Toyer Delbach Oberga says, as Thailand is, well, Bangkok's about 1,000 kilometers from where the earthquake was. The devastation in Burma, Myanmar must be devastating. Yeah, I'm sure it is. It's terrible. Thank you to Commandant Toyer Delbach, also Marky B. Yeah, and I want to thank our moderators for being with us too. Well, hold on, I want to make sure they're folding up a sheet there. It's not somebody inside it. It's like they're folding up a sheet. Thank you, Tim Finch and Molly Thompson and Micah Cernkovich and Red Squirrel 82 and Tara Oning. And our moderators, I really appreciate you being here. Al Star. Thank you for moderating. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Surly Dev. They're on Twitch. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson. Thank you to all of our moderators. Thank you, Shadow Woman 7 for subscribing on Twitch as well, and Mihail for subscribing on Twitch. Mihail 121. This video is supposedly, here's another video supposedly from China of people running away and some damage to a building when this earthquake happened. I can't confirm it. I know the site is usually pretty reliable that I'm getting it from. Shanghai Eye. Hold on, I want to make sure they're not going to walk by with somebody else. Keep an eye on it. BNO News says, by their count, there are 103 dead in Myanmar, 4 dead in Thailand, and 2 injured in China. And there are over 300 injured in Myanmar and 50 plus injured in Thailand, and 81 trapped in this building. So that's a rough estimate, right? Again, these numbers are going to really change. Well, the numbers in Myanmar are going to really change. Again, around 80 workers trapped in that rubble, from what we recently heard. That's the latest I've heard. I mean, we heard that a little while ago, but that's the latest I heard. Oh, hold on. You know what? I have the other shot back too. There's the other version. MGR Online reports Bangkok has opened 4 public parks all night to support people who cannot return to their homes after the earthquake. I wonder, are they doing a shift change, or are they pulling people out because they think it's not safe for the workers to be there? I don't know. We saw a lot of workers walk out. I'm gonna show you. Wow, there's some more pictures coming out. I don't know who this person is. They say they're in Myanmar. This person, Hung Min Son, has been posting a bunch of things. I find them reliable, so I'm gonna repost them. And then I'll post a link in the chat. There's this account by this person, Hung Min Son, who appears to be in Myanmar and has been very reliable tonight, posting updates. And they just posted another update. They said Mandalay now resembles a war-torn city after being struck by a major earthquake. Search and rescue efforts continue, but resources remain limited. They posted a bunch of photos. Kind of a crazy photo of a bus, kind of on its front. Locke says, I'm in Bangkok, shaking all towns. One tall building under construction fell. This one here. The Washington Post says the construction site death toll has risen to 4. The number of trapped workers is estimated at 80 to 90. The Washington Post also says a doctor in Myanmar's Kantbalu township in Sagang, which is controlled by rebel groups, said several residential and religious buildings in his area collapsed. But in his area, there were no major casualties as far as he was aware. Buildings in the rural areas of Sagang are mostly flat, he said, unlike in the urban areas of Mandalay or the capital, Naypyidaw. Beryl Kubler says, this is so very sad. Yeah, and, you know, I just think you're going to be hearing for days of really bad news coming out of Myanmar. The Irrawaddy just posted a compilation video of a bunch of clips that I think maybe I've put in the chat before, but Irrawaddy, which is a they report on Myanmar. They said, according to eyewitness accounts, mass casualties are expected in the worst hit areas, with the military junta declaring a state of emergency. The city of Sagang is so close to the epicenter. Sagang, remember, has about 80,000 people live in Sagang. Here is where Sagang is. There was where the earthquake is. About 10 miles away is Mandalay. And even a little bit closer is Sagang. Again, about 80,000 people live here. I'm guessing a lot of these are not very strongly constructed buildings. This was in Myanmar. Look at them. Keep bringing in people with specialized equipment. If you missed it, this was the 30-story building under construction that collapsed. And it's an enormous, in Bangkok, enormous rubble pile there. I'm going to show you the rubble in a second. So you see Reuters says powerful quake in Southeast Asia kills several, 81 trapped in Bangkok building rubble. And then it's going to be maybe probably thousands killed. There's a picture from Reuters of the rubble, what it looked like there. The 30-story building. Oh, what is this? I have an update from Kit Thit Media, which is a Myanmar news outlet. They say the earthquake in Mandalay, the city about 10 miles from the earthquake, has caused extensive damage with many people still trapped under the rubble. They say that came from an official from Voice of Mandalay. Not sure what Voice of Mandalay is. Anyways, they say an official told them that the earthquake caused extensive damage with many people still trapped under the rubble. Many buildings in Mandalay have collapsed, they report. Many. Oh, it's government radio? One of our viewers said they thought it was government radio, Voice of Mandalay. Anyways. In addition, there are still people trapped in the rubble. Rescue efforts are ongoing. The number of casualties is high. This is a report from a media outlet in Mandalay. I mean, in Myanmar. An official said, we heard the UThamG General Store on 42nd Street between 88th and 89th Streets collapsed, and the owner of the store died. We heard that one person died when the Zambu Ong Tea Shop on 42nd Street, corner of 87th Street, collapsed. The religious school collapsed, causing many casualties. The number of casualties is quite high. It is difficult to confirm if this at this time, the number. Rescue efforts are still underway in the city, and we know that there are still people trapped in the rubble, said an official from Voice of Mandalay. That is from Kit Thit Media. There are lots of pictures of just houses destroyed, buildings tipped over on, leaning to the front grotesquely or to the back. Buildings somewhat still standing but flopped over and gutted, a lot of this stuff. Kit Thit Media also says that the earthquake has left the entire city of Mandalay in ruins. Rescue efforts are not able to be carried out effectively, said Kit Thit Media in Myanmar. They have a quote. The leader of a relief team tells Kit Thit Media the whole city of Mandalay is in ruins. Again, that's about 1.2 million people. As far as I know, we've received about 40 bodies. That's according to reports coming in from all over the place. There are many people trapped. There are also many injured. The rescuers have never experienced an earthquake before and can't do anything effectively. I think he's saying there. And they don't have the equipment. The situation is very bad. Wow, that's not an encouraging report. That's from Kit Thit Media again. That's a a report they put out about 25 minutes ago. You spell Kitthit Media, K-H-I-T-T-H-I-T, 2 words. And again, they are an independent Myanmar news outlet. I want to read that update again that they posted. They said, this was 25 minutes ago. They said the earthquake has left the entire city of Mandalay in ruins. Remember, that's 1.2 million people. With about 40 bodies reported, hundreds trapped and injured, and rescue efforts are unable to be carried out effectively. That's according to a Mandalay relief team. The whole city is ruined. They quote one of the people from the team. The whole city is in ruins. As far as I know, we've received about 40 bodies. That's according to reports coming in from all over the place. There are many people trapped. There are also many injured. The rescuers have never experienced an earthquake before and can't do anything effectively. Especially, they don't have the equipment. The situation is very bad. Our viewer Ernest Cannell says, at this point, you have to assume the worst in Myanmar. Again, Mandalay was 10 miles from the epicenter. Our viewer, Black Iris, thinks somebody might have fallen from one of the roofs. I haven't seen that reported. I mean, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I haven't seen it reported. I will let you know if I do. I hope it didn't happen. There, now you can see some of this, the huge destruction now of this building. Dark Cloud said the cars we saw earlier at the site was the Thailand Prime Minister. We did see a lot of people walking and people taking video of them. Yeah, this was roughly 6 hours ago. So I think what I'm going to do is this. It's 8:41 a.m. here. I got to sleep some. I would not be surprised if we end up covering this more. I mean, look, this was clearly a devastating earthquake. A 7.7. You're looking at something that happened 600 miles away. But, you know, according to the USGS, there are 2.8 million people who were living in the area with violent shaking. No, 800,000 people in the area with 9 out of 10 violent shaking and almost 4 million in the severe shaking area, which is the 8th highest of the 10 intensity levels. So they believe that, based on what they've seen, there's going to be thousands of people dead. Let's hope that doesn't happen, but you can see their fatality estimates over here on the left. 34% chance between 10,000. 56% chance over 10,000 dead. And billions, if not tens of billions of dollars in damage. 34% between 10 and 100 billion US dollars in damage. So, you know, the reports we're hearing just suggest it's going to be devastating. I'm gonna get some sleep, and I just have a feeling that over the next few days you're just gonna hear more and more bad news from Myanmar. And a lot of people reportedly still trapped in Myanmar. So, yeah, I mean, thoughts go out to all the people impacted by this. Myanmar has been in a civil war for several years. They have a very bad humanitarian situation there, from what I read earlier. All right. So if you missed it, you can go to my... I've been posting a bunch of stuff and reposting a lot of stuff on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can go there and catch up if you want over there. I'll post a link in the chat. I will post updates on my X account too, @Lookner. And we very well might do more coverage of this. It just, I got to get some sleep. But if you want to know when we're going live, subscribe to and follow the channel, and also turn the notifications on. We really can come on, and as this stream shows, we can come on at any hour if there's big news. So I can't tell you in advance when these kind of things are going to happen, but we have a notification system that works really well. You can sign up for free, and then you get the send notification whenever we go live. So the mods will post the link to that in the chat. You can also find the notifications link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. And I do very much appreciate you being with us for the stream, and thanks for people a lot of people have been sending me updates that they've been seeing. Thank you. And thanks for letting me read your comments and questions on the air. And a big shout out to our moderators. We've had moderators in our chats all night, even though we've been here overnight. Mod's still there, and they're the ones who really allow us to have chat rooms. So thank you, Al Star, Janet B on YouTube. All of our YouTube moderators who have been there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. All of our Twitch mods. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Surly Dev, and our Facebook mods, Linda Belk, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Thank you to all of our moderators. Yeah, I think in a few days, this is just going to be seen as this enormous disaster. That's what everything tells me. This is an enormous disaster. I mean, this is obviously a disastrous incident in front of you, but I mean, the Myanmar stuff is going to be really, really bad when you start seeing more of it come out. By the way, thanks to EJ Rod for subscribing there on Twitch, and Foxy Sakes for subscribing on Twitch. Also, we do have a chat where you can chat live with other viewers when we're not on the air. We do that on Discord, and you can check that out for free if you want. It's a free chat. It's the same link as the notifications link, by the way. I think I thanked everybody who supported the channel, but thank you again for your support of the channel, for allowing the channel to exist. By the way, another good way to find out when we're going live is follow us on X, @AgendaFreeTV. I always post there when we're going live, and post updates about the channel there. I wish I had more I could update you with for the situation in Myanmar. It's just hard to get out. Between the civil war and the fact that there was this huge disastrous earthquake there, and the fact that from what I understand, the military leadership maintains a pretty tight rein on the internet there. From all that, we're just not hearing that much at the moment. Dark Cloud thinks if this happened in Bangkok, hundreds of buildings in Myanmar will be extremely bad. I would not be surprised. Anyways, at Agenda Free TV on X, I will post. I always post there when we're going live. I do want to thank also our subscribers over there on Facebook for supporting the channel, like Martha Crawford. Thank you, Martha. And Eve Richards and Lou Green and Robert Rial II, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thanks for supporting the channel. And also our Twitch subscribers, people like Shaggy, Wall Street, The Sugaro, EJ Rod, 04, Foxy Sakes, Shadow Woman, Big Ball of Yarn, Spirit of the Shadows, Army Vet, Artful Nothing. Thank you. And our YouTube members like JK Eyes, Scoose Bird, CAC 813, Buffalo Women, Babs, Irish Sweetness, Dark Cloud, Northwoods Hiker, Gary BB, Pat W, Fred Flintstone, House Cat Celtics, The Ringa X, Red Squirrel, Gary BB, Jimmy ZNJ. Thanks to all of our members over there. And yeah, I mean, this happens with earthquakes. It can take a while to really get a handle on how bad things are, but everything I'm seeing suggests they're quite bad. All right, guys. All right, so I am wrapping up this coverage. There's going to be more coming out about this, the severe damage in Myanmar. As I mentioned, there's a report from Myanmar media outlet that the air traffic control tower at the international airport in the capital city collapsed and the people working inside of it died. So that's just an example of one report. All right, so again, thoughts with everybody in that region. It's probably really bad in a lot of places in Myanmar right now. Okay, so again, I do appreciate you watching. Sorry I have to wrap this up right now. I got to get some sleep. But they're making some sort of announcement on the loudspeaker. And this in itself is a terrible thing. You know, reportedly 70, 80 people in the rubble. All right, guys. So that is it for now. I do appreciate you being here, and I will post updates on my X account. Oh, hold on. They are bringing something out. Is this a living person? This might be a survivor. Is that a survivor? Hey, guys, they're moving with some urgency there. Is this a survivor, maybe? Look at that. That doesn't look like... that looks like somebody they're trying to get help to. They're going pretty fast. I think that's a survivor. Because when they've brought out bodies, they didn't move like that. They went pretty slow. Someone said they saw them doing CPR. Well, I hope the person's still alive. But they were certainly moving with a significant degree of speed. Hopefully they got a survivor out of there. All right. I am wrapping up this stream. Again, I do appreciate you being here, and thanks to all of our moderators. And let me just see what they're doing here. I was going to wrap it up, but let me just see what they're doing here. Searching around. All right, I'm wrapping it up. I'm going to get some sleep. We may have more coverage on this later. That is it for now. You've been watching our live coverage of this terrible earthquake. 7.7 earthquake in Myanmar. And I think we're going to, unfortunately, be hearing a lot of more bad news about this. That is it for now. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.